together and ready to support each other's fulfillment. It is called successful relationship. There comes love, compassion, sacrifice. Maybe because one person is as hidden interest, relationships continue to exist with being ex-plasmas strongly condemns it. So no slavery, even if the other person has their body and mind, it should be encouraged and it supports both the beings to evolve. To that understanding may help you to renounce all the interests and even your own body and mind and settle down in happening through the right understanding relationships. The relationships with the mood of exploit to more and more destruction, depression. If the relationships continues, it will be the sin of slavery. If it is to fulfill your interests and trying to give the other person also relationships with deep and but still not broken is he be afraid of death and end in death. Same way all do not collapse your body. Disturbing and disrupting your. When people come to me asking they want to break their family, they want to know if you are tortured, your muscle memory and biomemory will strongly start believing this is more disruptive. Memory is convinced. Only when your head, the mind is convinced, if you break, whether your muscle memory or biomemory changes your decision or it is going to support your decision. Let's see.
Same rut of patterns make you feel bound. Relationship can either lead to more and more imprisonment in your patterns. How many of you have experienced such relationships? It's good, but after a certain point in time, it becomes like a bondage for you. You feel like stuck with it. You start feeling suffocated with it. It's trying to control me so much. What you initially enjoyed as protection or care, it will just become like the other person is too possessive of you. Beyond all relationships in our life, right? It is like all green, very nice, and it's so beautiful. All the lands will look just completely green. But right when you get down, when we all see a person, right? When we all, let's say, away, when you get closer and closer and closer, you realize that the person you are seeing is not really the person you are. Relationships. You are not marrying your husband. You're marrying your husband's perception. Sorry, your perception about your husband. And your husband struggling so much in relationships. There's just one simple fight is leading to a divorce. The other person in front of you is also going through the same struggle as you. Every relationship starts each time with it. Many times, because of your preconcept, get stuck with that. You don't even explore. I'll ask you all another question, okay? Before you go and speak to them, you will already have a script running in your head. Have a certain thing that you prepare in your head, and then only you go and try speaking that to the other person. You see the pattern. You judge everyone based on a pattern. Based on people's past behavior, you have a perception about them. And every time you see a relationship as a pattern, that person is going to continue behaving the same way to you, like he's perfect. So you already have that judgment inside of you, and you go and speak, leads you to bondage because of this.
I just want to share a small incident that was Akbar Birbal stories, because Birbal's intelligence and the amazing spontaneity he had. You'd have heard a lot of stories. So this is one incident where they both are walking down the street and he says that and goes away. And 1 week later, again they pass by the same street. And this time though, the king said to me, what's happening? Just the last week I saw I felt so angry at this guy. I went and spoke to the carpenter after our walk. And the carpenter said that he was going through tough times. The moment he saw the king is walking, he purchased a lot of sandalwood from the carpenter and made puja items for him. The mind of the king. Understand that's how powerful our thoughts are. That's how powerful what we your friends were not really sitting with you in the darshan. They would also be sometimes suddenly reflecting that space. It's again because your thoughts have that power to impact and influence. He says thoughts are way more infectious than even flu. Understand? That's the power, and whenever you are established more and more in the space of oneness, you would start noticing how these thoughts in you can influence and impact your very reality.
Each relationship of your life, you need to go back and visit. Where all in those relationships have you judged it as a pattern? And where all have you seen it as a possibility? See, many times there are these parasite patterns that sit inside of us, based on which we judge things, based on which we judge relationships, based on which we carry our perceptions, and we go and we try to do things based on that. Now, revisit all your relationships in life. Which all do you see as pattern? Which all do you see as possibility? Take a few minutes and pen down. all the perceptions and judgments that you carry inside your inner space in each of these relationships. And please understand, as much as you carry these judgments inside your inner space, what starts happening is you start constantly creating these as patterns inside of you by yourself. And soon as that, what starts happening is you start living with those patterns. So understand, you are actually not living with the person, you are living with the perception that you carry about that person. All the struggles in your life are because of that. Because we are not living with the person, we are living with the perception we carry about that person. Are you all catching it? If you understand this, then you will not have to struggle, you will not have to every time go into the same rut of trying to say, oh, I want someone to be the way I want others to do this, others to do that. Every moment of your life, you are living as your conscious creation. Life is occurring to you the way you create it. Someone else is not designing, someone else is not controlling. The remote control is in your hands. Whichever button you click, that is the result you will see. Yes. Okay. Now, with this, let us all enter into the power manifestation session. In this round, I request every one of you, you're all going to be manifesting the space of completion with another person and being able to see what having to even say it to you. So now what you're going to be doing is I request every one of you here to connect to one of the partners. Okay? You're all going to be pairing up with one person. Can I request every one of you to take a few minutes and pair up? And all those who are watching us on YouTube as well, please take a few minutes and you all can pair up with another person. Now, what you're going to be doing is the other person is going to be writing down any word. Like, for example, I may think of a tamarind, or I may think of a banana, or I may think of a rabbit. Write down anything that you want. Just write it down, and you're going to be visualizing and having your partner scan you. And if you're not having a partner here, you call up someone and have them visualize something and you scan them. Okay, shall we all get started? Please sit straight. Now, chant the Mahavakya. Connect to a partner and please start manifesting.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. Paramashivoham. Mahavagya, spiritual lullaby for samadhi. And Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva. This Mahavagya is spiritual lullaby for you to fall into samadhi. Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva to wake up in you. Just remember this one powerful cognition. This Mahavagya puts me in samadhi. This is spiritual lullaby for samadhi. And Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva in me. For Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spirit, Mahavagya, spiritual lullaby for samadhi. and powerful cognition. Chant this Mahavagya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Om Nithyananda Paramashivom. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Paramashivoham. Om Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Om Nithyananda Paramashivom. Nithyananda Paramashivom. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Ananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Paramashivoham. Ananda Paramashivoham. Om Paramashivoham. Ananda Paramashivoham. Om Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Ananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Paramashivoham. Om Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Paramashivoham. Ananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Ananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Ananda Paramashivoham. Ananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyanandaham. Om Niham. Ananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Session. See, we now learned about whether relationships are pattern or are they possibilities. We learned about how you can navigate through relationships by seeing them as possibility, not as ability, the completion in your daily life. We're now going to be listening to how you can manifest completion with others in this session. Let us now listen to the revelations.
Once Ganesha and Subramanya, as you all aware, has his own flight, peacock. He just sat on his peacock, started flying. He completed and came back. He saw this, but this fellow claims he won the game by going around Shiva and Parvati 3. Tamil, I described, the rat is dragging the elephant. Subramanya asked, how can that be? Very beautifully Ganesha says, you went around your world, I went around my world. You need to catch this truth. The world, my world. My world is emotional, of individual identity's expression in its world is completely in tune with the world. You are a Jivan Mukta. Going around the world are caught in agitation, anger, stress, rajas. People who are completely caught in my world sometimes can miss the world. Here, Ganesha is successful not just because he was centered on my world, he was centered on my world which was in tune with the world. He was completely experiencing my world, the Ganesha's my world and the world is one and the same. Understand? Ganesha's my world and the world has become a solid experience for Ganesha. I'll give you a clear picture. How ordinarily people are caught between my world and the world and start preferring between these two, someone. When you start, sometime you can lose your balance and get into some fantasies and whims and fancies. Is my world. Both are in tune because Maha and Devi are really the world and Ganesha also experienced Shiva has fallen in tune as the experience of Ganesha. So he going around Shiva and Devi is literally going around the world. Even though you give preference only for the world, become extraordinary materialist, but end up in spiritual poverty. Spiritual poverty, depression, utter depression. Same way, people who prefer one, the world can't be rejected as you think. Misunderstandings about the world should be rejected. You can't reject it. Its existence cannot be denied. Maya is the illusory ideas you carry about the world, not the world itself. When you carry the right idea, when you understand the right ideas about the world, you will realize the world is made of the same stuff in which my world is made. Understand? I am giving a new twist. First statement I am making. The fire earth, water, air, space itself cannot be denied. Your wrong concept about it is Maya. But when your wrong concepts about it is removed, it loses the fire. When you are in tune, suddenly you realize what stuff is a base material for you, same stuff is base material for that. You are in tune already. You can play with it, conquer it, go beyond it. Catch it if you can. It's one of the very, very, very subtlest truths. Discrepancy between my world and the world in practical level is poverty and failure. Is illusion. Next, Subramanyas. Muruga. First, he goes around the world. As usual, when you go around the world, you will get into an intense rajas. In that extraordinary rajas, when you claim the victory, he comes back to see already somebody has won the game. It is like, we have a very beautiful story about Bharata, in whose name the whole Bharat is named. He suddenly felt he should conquer the whole world and conquers, reaches the peak of the Meru hills, which is mythological basically in Hindu tradition, to establish his flag. When he goes there, suddenly he finds 10 million flags are there. Means before him 10 million people have conquered the world. All their flags are there. He felt, oh God, where did I land? Then Brahma appears and says, oh my son, do not think you are the first one to conquer the world. Before you, millions of Bharatas have come. Millions of conquerors have come. All of them have conquered this world and claimed it is theirs, it is theirs, it is theirs. For this period, you are claiming it is yours, that's all. Then Bharata realizes, wow. That realization, click, makes him go for doing tapasya. And in that tapas, he becomes enlightened. How to be in tune with the world and my world. The balancing of the world and my world happens. Please understand, if you don't balance the world and my world, even if you conquer, it will be suppression of the world, it will get back to you as tsunami. The materialistic civilization is conquering the world without balancing my world, which is leading to all ecological imbalances, all natural calamities. Here, just like Bharata, Muruga comes back after going around 3 times the world, sees Ganesha sitting contently, radiating, and that gives Muruga initiation. Click. So he goes to a private place, Palani, stays there and does tapas, by becoming a sadhu. He becomes a sadhu, leaves everything, starts radiating enlightenment to the world. Understand? The world and my world. You need to understand the whole story in right angle. Don't think he went and stood there in anger and Avai came and sang some songs and then he went away back to Shivan. It is a cinematic version. Exactly this is what has happened. Subramanya, when he sees just the success in the world is not the ultimate. You need to balance, understand, tune with my world and the world, then conquer, then go beyond. Without in tune, any effort to conquer the world leads to great chaos in the world and my world. The restlessness in my world, natural calamities in the world. Extraordinary restlessness in my world reflects as natural calamities in the world. Understand? All the civilizations which is suffering with extraordinary attention to the world without balancing my world are suffering with too much of natural calamities. If you study, you will understand this truth. Natural calamity means the whole civilization is too much about the world. The balancing of my world is not happening. History should be in tune with mythology. Logic should be in tune with emotion. Facts should be in tune with truth. Binary should be in tune with zero. Understand? The binary logic, linear movement should be in tune with circular movement, logic based on zero. The Indian rishis were able to discover zero. Just the deepest secrets of the world and my world can comprehend the power of zero. Zero cannot be mathematically understood. It is just a theory. If you want to experience zero, you need to make the world and my world in tune. Tuning my world into the world is the samyama you are expected to do to fall in tune with the elements, fall in tune with the nature by Patanjali. I think this is a very sharp truth, very sharp concept. If you just understand this one story, too much centered on my world or the world. Second, is your my world is really in your beliefs or experiences. If Ganesha was just believing Shiva and Devi is his world, he wouldn't have won the game. Not only Shiva and Devi should be the world, Ganesha should be experiencing it. Listen, completion with yourself is more like a spiritual practice. It is with completion with others, the life itself starts. Listen, it is from the completion with Swami Vivekananda's greatest contribution to Hinduism is necessary for enlightenment. Unfortunately, we always got the idea if you have incompletion with others, run away to the higher planes where less people are there. No, that is not a solution. That is not a solution. People sometimes ask me, how do I know whether I am suppressing or completing? If you are able to be in the space of completion with others, you are completing inside you with you also. Completing or suppressing, completing or brooding over, completing or waiting for a chance to take revenge. I have seen many people. In the name of completion, now I am completing, but I am not going to keep quiet. I will wait for time. When my time comes, I will tell you what to do. I will do what needs to be done. Completion with others is a spiritual practice. Completion with yourself is like Mahadeva. Completion with others is like Devi. Devi is required for the life to happen. That is why in all our temples, I have put Devi along with Mahadeva. I have not put Devi as a separate deity. Listen, completing with others. Others means not just only your father, mother, husband, wife, brother, sister, the human beings around you. We will start the completion with everything with which you are living. Your wealth, your health, your bag, your seed, your pets, your car, your house. Please understand, all these are living part of your life. They may be dead objects, but they are living part of your life. See, a house may be a dead object, but it is a living part of your life. How many of you understand what I am saying? It's a very important component of your life. First, we will start completion with all the human beings with whom we are living. First step, completion with everything. With every human being. First thing you need to do is deciding, I have to bring completion with others, with whoever I am living. I have to bring completion with whoever I am living. Even if they don't want, I will stretch my best and I will decide I am in the space of completion. Whenever they want, I am open to have them. I am open. I am going to be in the space of completion. Whenever they are also ready, it will become completely complete. Understand? Completion with others does not mean you are going to apologize to them. No. Apologizing is not completion. Asking sorry is not. So many people were saying, I want to apologize, I am sorry. No. I am sorry is not completion. I am deciding to drop hurting pattern in my life or any incompletion, misunderstanding, anything. I am deciding to drop and I am deciding not to bring them, not to give life to it again. See, past, you can't say you are wrong or you are right. No one can say you are wrong, you are right. It is not apologizing. It is not feeling sorry for the past. No. deciding I am dropping this incompletion, hangover of the past, and I will not allow this to happen once more. Completion is actually responsibility, not apologizing. See, apologizing or feeling sorry comes out of powerlessness, but completion comes out of responsibility. Understand the difference. Please listen, see the difference. Now when I am saying you need to complete with your mother, with your father, with your brother, with others, I am not asking you to apologize. I am not asking you to call them and say, oh sorry, oh sorry, oh sorry, bus bus. No. No. Feeling sorry comes from powerlessness. That is not completion. When you call, you explain, this is what has been perceived by me. Here, I am not interested in looking into you are wrong or I am wrong. That will only create more and more anger, hatred and suppressed violence. I am only saying one thing. I am ready to drop the past and its powerlessness, incompletion. I am declaring I am dropping the past and I am complete. I don't have incompletion. And I will not create any incompletion anymore. Your decision and declaration, when it reaches them, you will suddenly see they also open up and start coming towards completion. But first, you need to be prepared.
Did all of you catch the exact signs that Swamiji revealed? All of you understood? Completion with others. See, one of the most important truths is what Swamiji explained towards the end. Completion with others is not you calling and saying, oh, I'm sorry, I feel so bad for what I did to you. And, I'm sorry, even if you're right or wrong, I am sorry about it. No, completion is not that. Can I request every one of you here, Ma Alexandra, Ma Ratna Prabha, and all the others, can I request every one of you here to define what do you understand as completion and post that in the chat, please. Can I request all the participants here to please post it in the chat? What do you understand as completion? Please take a few minutes and post it in the chat. I request every one of you take a few minutes. Type out what exactly do you understand? See, there is two things Swamiji explained. Something called the world and something called my world. So, Ma Alexandra has posted Ma Nitya. Okay, my name is Nithyanandita. So it's okay. Anyways, so completion is when I do not repeat the same pattern. Only if the pattern does not get awakened in my behavior and thought, it can be called as complete. Beautiful. Ma Ratna Prabha has posted our belief between my world and the world. My world is emotional. Okay, very nice. Mahedi Shlak has posted any relationship that we create out of incompletion can never lead us to incompletion. Beautiful. And the others, every one of you, come on, can I request all of you to post? What did you understand as completion in others? Okay, Ma Liangshu has posted, it means I don't have conflicts with others anymore. Ma Prithvi Prasad has posted, to drop the control of the past on the present and future, to let go by initiating completeness is not equivalent to apologizing. Beautiful. Others, come on, everyone. Okay, Ma Prematavasi has posted, dropping hurting pattern with regarding to ourselves and others is completion. The projection of one's own internal pattern towards external cognition is completion. Very beautiful, Ma Nithyananda. Okay, that's all. How about the male bodies team? Can I request all of you also to post? What did you understand as completion? Adam Pereira has posted, in the space of complete power, never getting into powerlessness, okay? And Gettys has posted, drop powerlessness is what is completion, okay? Closing the old cycles, that is completion, okay? Now, each of you have given different understandings. Listen to this very carefully. Swamiji explained a truth called the world and my world. For me, at this moment, for Ma Prithvi Prasad or Ma Hiranmayi or Ma Liangshu, for all of us, there is one reality, correct? The fact. The fact is that there is a class, okay? The class is happening and I am conducting, all of you are listening to it. This is facts, right? Now, in my world, I may perceive this. Let's say I'm having someone ask some question which is maybe causing some incompletion in me or triggering some memory inside me. Now, the way I perceive the same situation will be from my world's perception. See, whether I am sitting here in this class or Ma Dona is listening or Ma Prithvi Prasad is listening or Ma Sheriga is listening, all of us are listening. The class is happening is fact. But each of us have a certain perception attached to this fact. I perceive the same class in my world based on my patterns, my emotions. So there is one called life, as it happens, the fact. The second, our understanding of the world. The world is program is happening, but my world, each of us have our my world. Madonna might be experiencing the same situation in a different way. I might be experiencing the same situation in a different way. Ma Prithvi Prasad might be experiencing the same situation in a completely different way. Now, each of us have different perceptions of the same fact. So, my experience, the way life is occurring to me right now at this point in time is my world. How life is occurring as it is the world. Are you all catching the difference? Getting it? I'll give you all another example, okay? Let's say when you were young, you were a small child and playing in rain, enjoying yourself in rain, and your mom calls you once, you don't come in. She calls you the second time, you still don't move in. Third time she calls you, you don't get in. Fourth time, she says, enough is enough, you will catch cold. She comes out of the house and gives you a tight slap and she drags you back inside the house and she locks the door. Listen very carefully. This is very important to understand. Here, the world is what? You were playing. Your mom called you few times. You didn't come inside. She said you will catch cold. You still didn't come inside. So she came out, slapped you, dragged you back inside the house. But when we have that extra layer, the background music of our emotions added to it, as that young child, you will not have any understanding in your brain that, she's doing it out of concern. At that moment, when your brain is filled with emotions, how does the brain perceive the situation? Oh my God, my mother came and she took all my joy away. She does not want me to be happy. She does not want me to enjoy. So she stopped me, she slapped me, and she took me back inside the house. Now, this my world cognition, where you feel life does not, at that point, you feel my mother never wants me to enjoy. She wants to restrict me. That cognition is formed inside of you. Let's say a few months pass by and you grow up a little bit, you're more matured now. You understand, hey, after all, because I didn't listen, she had to take me. Good that she took me. Out of her concern only, she wanted to stop me. But this feeling that life wants to take away my joy becomes very deeply inbuilt inside of you. So, what happens after mom? Next, you go to school. You'll ask your teacher to go for some cultural, and the teacher will say, no, you can't go now, you have to study. What experience you had with your mom, that pattern gets triggered again. So you feel like, God, my teacher does not want me to enjoy. She's always restricting me. Next, some time passes by, you just understand it's okay, it's normal, it's their choice. But sometime later, in your high school, your friends, you want to do something, but all of your friends say, no, if you want to be with us, you cannot do that. And immediately you project the same incompletion. You feel like your friends are restricting you. Your friends are not allowing you to enjoy. You feel controlled by them. So, mom changed, teacher changed, now friends. But the cognition, the way reality occurred to you did not change. Notice that. Next, you go to your, let's say, your boyfriend or girlfriend. So he or she tells you that, no, I don't want you to do this. I don't want you to go to this place. I don't want you to go with these people. Again, you feel controlled. The exact same incompletion that you had with your, when your mom stopped you from playing in rain, again reflects here. And you feel like, oh God, my friends don't want me. My girlfriend does not want me to enjoy. She's so possessive. My boyfriend is so controlling. After some time, when you marry, it gets even more stronger. Then when you go to work, you project the same thing even in your boss. Feel your boss is controlling you. So listen very carefully. Who is controlling changes? The faces change, but the space, the way life occurs to you does not change. How many of you are catching it? How many of you are understanding? Now, that experience you have each time, that is your my world. The person is the world. The situations is the world. But the way that situation occurs to you each time is my world. Now, the tricky part is here. Most of us are stuck to the my world's understanding of the world, because of which all problems occur. I'm not saying people are always right. People could be wrong. You might have had injustice done to you. But carrying that incompletion and projecting that incompletion to everything on life is wrong. You might have been cheated by people, people would have abused you, people would have disrespected you, people would exploited you, or people don't listen to you. All things could have happened. I'm not saying yes or no to it. But the suffering you carry because of that, you are responsible. Why is that suffering inside of you? You are responsible for that. Catching it? Are all of you getting it? If any of you have any questions, please go ahead and ask. Your pattern, Ma Naresha, you caught it right way. You had put, right? Projecting your patterns to the outer world is incompletion. Understand your pattern, what hurt, what pain you're carrying. The people changed. Your mom caused a certain incompletion in you, but she is not responsible for that. You created that incompletion inside you. But what happened? You went on projecting that on you projected that on your mom, you projected that on your teacher, you projected that on your friends, you projected that on your fiance, you projected that on your boss. Now, 40 years will pass by, 50 years will pass, 60 years will pass, but you will still be stuck as that same 7-year-old child who felt controlled by life forever. 60 years of your life would have passed, but you would have still been stuck as that same 7-year-old child who feels life is controlling you. Now, who is responsible? You cannot say, come on, all these people are responsible to cause this situation in me. No, that same situation for another person could have been a different experience, but you chose to carry that experience. Even if people did something worst to you, even if you went through physical abuse, sexual abuse when you were young, understand all these sit inside of you as wounds. I am not saying that the person who did it to you is not responsible, but the wound, the suffering you carry because of it, inside you, inside your inner space, sitting in you, is responsible for the reality. Life will keep occurring to you. It is like this. If I have a pus wound, right? And if I keep touching the pus wound each time, it is going to hurt, correct? It is going to pain. But is a solution for me to simply cover the pus wound? No, it's only going to grow worse. Yes, it's like saying, oh, okay, I'm covering the pus wound. See, I'm putting layers and layers and layers of plasters on it. It's still not healing. It will not heal. You need to treat it. Same way, all of us carry these incompletions inside of us, which is what is the my world cognition of us. This picture aptly describes the my world and the world experience. Just see here. Now, if you see here, this is a pakka description. Of course, here it describes the media, but anyways, here, your cognition, the way you receive, process, or interpret and respond to any information entering into your system, you cognize with your extra layer of, let's say, extra layer of like background music, everything added to it based on your past experiences. That is my world. The larger picture, the world, cut, edited, completely changed, and written is my world. Now, every single time you are stuck with this my world and the world, you are going to be constantly juggling in the same cycle. Listen very carefully. You might have had a very beautiful relationship with someone, or you might have had a very bitter relationship with someone, but both ways, as long as the incompletion sits inside of you, you are responsible to complete it. Listen very carefully. Let's do one assignment, okay? You're going to write, see, the world is that situation as it is. Have you all seen movies? When you see these dance videos or movies without dialogues, without music, the same horror movie, if you see without background music, you will not feel the fear as much as you see with the sound effects. It'll sound a little funny for you sometimes. But the same thing, when you see it with the sound effects, it'll add so much of tension, suspense, everything inside you. Same way, life, when you don't add the situation of life with the background music of your past incompletions, your life will be unclutched. But all of us, every one of us, add a background music. Have you all experienced this when you watch a movie, right? And you will see this hero will go through so much in his life and he'll struggle and finally he will succeed. By the time you watch that movie, automatically inside you, you will become the hero. You will attach a villain character in your life. You'll attach a comedian character in your life. You'll attach a heroine in your life. The journey of that hero is lived through by you. But this is what we do in all relationships. You see life not exactly as it is. You add that extra dosage of background music, effects, everything, and you experience life. That is what is my world. Let's do an exercise to understand this. Now, I request every one of you, take a few minutes pen down, take any 3 relationships in your life, any 3 people. Okay. Go back in life and describe the incident when you started judging, having incompletion against that person. It can be your mother, father, brother, sister, spouse, friend, anyone. Write down. When was the first time you started having that incompletion with them? For example, you feel your father is very controlling, or you feel your spouse is very insecure, or you feel your colleague is very demanding. Now, listen very carefully. You're going to go back to the first time when you felt that that person was demanding, or when you felt that the person was insecure, when you felt that the person was controlling. Write down what actually happened. I'm not saying making them look good is what actually happened. Your mom slapping you is your mom slapping you. I'm not saying, Putto, your mom did not slap you. But write down as it happened. What they said, did, which is the world, and how you experienced it, which is the my world. Pen down. With all the 3 people, pen down. I request every one of you to write this down. It's a very, very important exercise. Please write it down. Yes. So have all of you finished writing? Yes. Have all of you finished writing, please? Okay, beautiful. Now, this first step that all of you wrote down is my world and the thee world. Now, listen very carefully. The first thing you're going to do now, before you complete others, the 3 relationships that you've written down, you're first going to invoke that relationship in Swamiji's Atma Murti and complete with the Atma Murti. Verbally, you're going to talk to the Atma Murti. Okay? Listen very carefully. What does that mean? What does it mean to complete? First thing, you have to take responsibility for everything happening around you. You have to cognize that you are the source of everything. Completion with others does not mean you're going to apologize, but completion is thinking I am deciding to drop the hurting pattern in my life and not giving it again to people. Just deciding completion, what you are going to do. Listen, whom should you complete with? If you are remembering someone 3 times a day, they are a part of you. They are a part of your life frame. Whether it is your joy, pain, everything is dependent on them. And all of them, it can be your spouse, it can be your boss, it can be your colleague, it can be anyone. Whoever you think as part of your life, whoever you remember more than 3 times a day, you're going to be completing with them. See, unfortunately, you are never in touch with the actual happening of your life. Because for you, your perception of the happening is actual happening. But actually, there's an happening. The relationships shaped by your cognitions is responsible for the way you relate with life and people of your life. Your cognition makes or breaks your relationship. It is not the person. It is not the person outside of you. It is your cognition about the person. Madonna is asking, question, same words can be expressed with different attitudes or energies. Is the attitude or energy I felt my world or the thee world? Listen, Ma, I could have, let's say I go and someone beats me. Example. Okay. So I'm going and telling something to someone and they're beating me. Now, I am not saying that them beating me is my perception. No. I'm not saying that. Factually, someone is beating me. They got angry and they're beating me. Correct. But I have a my world perception about the whole situation. Life is torturing me. Nobody's there for me. When someone beats me, immediately there's the layers of thoughts that comes inside me. Oh, nobody's there to support me. Nobody loves me. Nobody cares for me. Life does not like me. That extra perception that you carry, that is my world. See, I'm not saying what attitude people are saying. It's not about judging or analyzing people, Ma. Understand, though whatever people may tell, there is a perception that you carry about it. That has to change. That addressing and changing, working on that my world's perception is what we are doing now. See, listen very carefully. All of you listen. Even the relationships that you're completing with, even if your husband, let's say, hit you physically and you went through that whole trauma, we are not saying that what he did is right, but there is a certain background music and extra layer of incompletions you've infused over that incident, which you need to complete. You might not be the reason for it, but you are responsible for the incompletion. Swamiji will tell very beautifully, you are not the reason for someone to come and affect you, but you are responsible for the suffering you're carrying inside of you. You are the only one who can heal that suffering, and you're the only one who should heal that suffering. If someone else from outside can give you suffering or give you joy, that means they can take back that joy anytime they want. That is not fact. That is not the truth. You are the one who chooses to suffer. The situation might be bad, but the suffering is your responsibility. Now listen very carefully. You're going to go in front of the Atma Murti, and with all the three relationships that you have written down, you're going to be verbally speaking to the Atma Murti, literally sharing your incompletion with Atma Murti. Like as if you're verbally speaking to the Atma Murti. You're going to be actually like speaking. You're going to invoke that relationship. So let go to the Atma Murti, listen very carefully. Do not directly speak to that person now. We will tell you when to speak. First, go to the Atma Murti. Verbally, don't mentally talk. Verbally talk to the Atma Murti. Say, see, I had this incompletion with you. And this is what I felt. Understand, when you do this completion with Atma Murti and with the mirror, all the first layer, that anger, everything will went out. Then when you go and complete with the person, by then you will become little settled. So it's very, very important. You're going to do 2 steps now. You're going to go to the Atma Murti and you're going to be reading out the whole incompletions and completing with Atma Murti. Next, you're going to be going to a mirror, sitting in front of the mirror, and you're going to be completing with the mirror. Having the mirror, you're going to be completing. I request every one of you to start this step. Please do this very, very sincerely. Each of the step is very important and pivotal for your completion. So please make sure you're all doing it sincerely. Do not call the others right now. We will tell you when to call. If you have finished speaking to the Atma Murti, further whenever you have more time. Okay, listen, very are not the reason for the incompletion, but because of you only I'm suffering like this. You're not going to be blamed outside. You don't need to feel hurt. You are responsible. What happened was not inner space. We should imbibe and believe it. We should unclutch from that person. This person do this to me. How can this person put me through? Genuinely, you want to complete with them. You realize, and this is what you're outside. True love and fulfilling relationships is your birthright.
Huge ocean. It's like an ocean, tastes indifferent. Here, is love just another emotion? Makes motion happen in you to understand. A rose flower root as a symbol of love is Paramashiva. Kas, Param, that core. Whether it is the planet experience, worst of your experience, all are safe. Especially this extraordinary, integrated and revolt, anger against, because surrounded me with my same my age boys and integrity. I tell you, time with you. When they can't groom you, train you, this whole habit of gifts is cheating them. I tell you. Going to make a very important sacred secret. Going to make a very important statement. Completes you, the master enters into you. Blessed are those are a serious look of a surgeon. Unfortunately, decide loves. Love that part. Master hates. Hate that. Be very clear. The truths I am sharing of these great truths in a great loving space of Mahadeva. The master is from the space of bioenergy. Disciple of Adi Shankaracharya mastered the nature. He was so of Adi Shankara, who is not that. One day he went to discussing and they were making fun of Bhatmapada. Get enlightened, master, spiritual way, but he is amazing. So he just, the moment master called, with the whole cosmos, wherever he puts his feet, please understand, lotus will never happen in the river because river. Usually, people will be angry. It's to all his disciples, the Advaita, dead. Unless you trust somebody, the Guru's grace inspires you to have heard the word only vicious circle. As love for the master enters into you, plate my future. When a fire starts, but when you do even one completion, two completion, all is increasing. Walking or running, day one, don't start think to run 20, 30, 40, 50 kilometers. Please understand, with anybody you feel complete, please listen, as no role in your completion experience, more greener than the green itself. You always rest in unconsciousness. You rest in your existence. I think it was 17 and a half. Many times I ran away from the house. I think when I was 70. After they left the body, it was almost like impossible for me to live in that city. After their death, it was very difficult for me to live. The whole village is only 5 street. 5 street or maximum I can say 10. 5 to 10. I decided to leave the house. I had that I may go and receive sannyas and continue my yatra. That was my decision. Very vividly Ramakrishna and Sharada Devi appearing. And she is the specialist in all this. And I told Sharada Devi, you initiate those. I can say that this was the immediate reason. So I decided I am going. Even next day I was sitting and thinking what to do. Wednesday, one step below. If any of you talk in those days, we treated you like this only. We treated you like this only. She will never. Many times, literally, till I left the house, I will always be asleep. I will always be, even the idea of the child abuse. So always, as kids, earlier, the kids are made to sleep separately. I started this pattern of bedwetting. 10 years, the consciousness falls into samadhi. So the message from bladder to brain does not drive the bed in the first floor. It's a routine, but she said, I was looking away from her, not in looking at, see anywhere, this I and me. It's Ramakrishna style. tell about me. I'll tell only Swami. So, otherwise people get confused. If I go on telling the story, Swami told, Swami did, Swami. I told her, in Tamil I said, Swami sannyasam போறதுன்னு முடிவு பண்ணி. Look at her because I'm emotionally very attached with her. Even though I was attached to her, I was complete with her. Like the attachment you guys carry, that I will not. So I was keeping my eyes away, looking away from. Even then I did not turn my eyes towards her. And I said, what do you mean? Such beautifully. I can't stop you. In Tamil she said. She hugged me. I was very comfortable. So I will never, all women in your life, the relationship will be so complete. If you are complete with father, hug her back, and before she could be complete with that hug, I am moving out. She just took her hands off. He is leaving the house. We are after all taking care of him nicely. He just kept quiet. No, I did not tell anything. And he went away. Please understand, part of me was incomplete. So I could have allowed her to hug me. Means I could have done little more. The love or attention or care, I may not go. Finally, it's one large family, that's all. The whole village. She said, no, he is your grandfather. I asked them, why is photo? No other entertainment. They will have 2-3 wives and no TV also those days. This is the only I have seen. The original house was 80,000 square feet. But when I was born and a lot was sold. Memorial, 1 bit. Same construction is there as it is. The stone construction and the teak wood. Any of you have seen that? It's a tight-knit family. The whole family is there. Some death. Every once in 2-3 months there will be some festival, some program, some function. I asked my mother, what happened? Anybody died? All of them have gathered? All the relatives are. And literally like a dead body, I was made to sit on the sofa in the center of the room, hall. Doesn't have courage, they talk among themselves. Some who has a courage try to confront me, one by one comes. You became a sannyasi. And the funny thing is, night I told my mother, by early morning the whole village knows, before I wake up, and I already saw a girl for me. Usually in this tight, and all of them have to sit and convince me, and I am a 17.5-year-old boy. And I cannot live. If you run away like this and all, whole village will talk, everyone. After all, they are my cousin brothers, cousin sisters only. If you run away and become sannyasi, nobody will marry my daughters. I slowly looked at her and said, she used to be very heavy. And I said, for your weight, the sari will tear, fan will break. Not angry. What? You are asking me to die? You are asking me to die? Get out of our house. Get out of our house. That's what I told you. I am going. If you are from South India, you can literally enjoy the whole scene. You can visualize the whole scene and see. These fellows are so bothered about what others will talk about us. The whole life goes living a spiritual life. Are we all not living a spiritual life? Why don't you do that? Why do you want to leave the house? That's where I started. The loser. நீ காலைல எந்திரிச்ச உடனே சாராயிரம்னா மூஞ்சி கழுவுற. உனக்கு ஆன்மீகத்துக்கு என்னடா சம்பந்தம்? I spoke in singular. Loser. You early morning you wash your face only with the alcohol. Secretly they will drink, and they will not drink in the house and all. They will drink and come very, and they will have a backside door. They will slow and drink. This fellow will go separately and drink and come. This fellow will go separately and drink and come. In the alcohol shop, even if they meet each other, they will put the towel and cover the face. And because I told him, and second wicket over. So like this, few more wickets came. So once I finished everything, now they are talking. They all are very clear that now nothing can be done. They all kept quiet. And then some more relatives, whoever need to come, 3 answered. They got so frightened. Actually, my uncle's daughter only they planned. What can I do? And then they were planning these, that, and they tried to call my college friends and whether they will be able to give any day. And of course, even Saturday I was there. Friday, Saturday I did not stay in the house, I went out. Sunday I left the house, that's all. And anyhow, I left the house and traveled and had different experiences, saw the different monks and sannyasis, everything. And had my realization, my, my life mission, everything. And body and mind is prepared for it. After that experience, it took 9 months for me to settle down normally. If I move the right hand, settled into the body and became normal, the first thing I felt is I have to complete that biomemory which was left in me as incomplete. So I went back to Tiruvannamalai. So there are artificial caves where they removed the stones, quarried the stones. I was staying in one of those caves. Then when I decided, I wanted to, and somebody else is having shops. I went there and asked, I want 8 years before they sold this house. They went away. I asked them, where are they? Do you know the address? They said, we don't know where they are. We don't even know whether they are in Tiruvannamalai. We don't have any idea. When I was inquiring, they thought that I am coming there for this pattern. Every day, she will go and find some sadhus from the temple and get them, give them food, only then she will eat. My father's mother, they came. So I do not know now where they are. I went to temple and sat there. It's already maybe around night 8 o'clock. I thought in the temple at least some of the friends or relatives will come. I'll see them or they will see me, then I'll ask them. When I was sitting in the temple, and I think next day to Diwali, Amavasya, I went to Tiruvannamalai. First time then I thought, what is this? In the stomach something is going on. Then I realized, oh God, it's hunger. Because the 9 months, hunger, thirst, everything disappeared from the body. All human activities have disappeared from the body. No one too. So first time I felt the hunger after the 9 months. So I was sitting in Tiruvannamalai. The Devi temple priest, he walked straight from the Devi temple and gave the food to me, Nevedyam. I asked him, no, why are you giving it to me? To whom you want to give? Maybe you wanted to give for somebody else and you are mistaking and giving. I told him in Tamil, எனக்கு எது கொடுக்குறீங்க? நீங்க வேற யாரையும் நினைச்சிட்டு எனக்கு கொடுக்குறீங்கன்னு நினைக்கிறேன். Then he looked at me and said, no, eat, and went away. After I ate and washed the hands and I was sitting, from distance I saw one young man saw me and started running. Then I know it's my classmate. From distance I recognized. He also recognized me. He thought if he comes near me, I will run away. So he wants to inform my parents first. He ran and told my mother and father. In 10 minutes, I saw in my vision space one face coming and standing. My mother came and stood. And she was afraid to talk to me. She recognized me and she's standing. I turned my face, and the moment I recognized her, I gave my wide smile and asked her, "How are you, Ma?" The moment she saw a smile in my face, she thought, yes, she can communicate. She can relate. And immediately, tears started rolling in her eyes, because she's seeing me maybe, I don't know, 7-8 years or after that. When I left, I'm a kid. Now, a sannyasi, shaved head, tall, shining face and sharp eyes, lean. Those days I used to be shaved head. And she was standing with tears. Actually, first I only stood up and pulled her and hugged her. And she started crying, putting her head on my shoulder. Cried, maybe for 10 minutes. I just allowed. When she felt complete and took her body out, I saw my incompletion has disappeared. The incompletion which was in me, in my biomemory, disappeared. Understand? The one hug, incomplete hug, which I separated my body, where I pulled myself out, that incompletion, which was in my biomemory, became complete when I hugged her again and allowed her to express the love. Then she said, "Please come and eat in the house." I said, "Now I am a sannyasi. If you give Purna Kumbha and offer the food in the banana leaf, like yesterday we served, I'll come and eat." She said, "Yes, I'll do." Next day she did all that ritual, and I went and ate and came back. The moral of the story is, even if you are an incarnation, you have to complete. Understand? Even if you are an incarnation, you have to complete.
Right, this happening. Just the way Swamiji narrated how exactly this incident happened in Swamiji's life. It was just too good, right? How was it for you all? How did you all enjoy it? Just knowing how Swamiji was continuously first thing so focused, like at the age of 16 itself, Swamiji had decided to leave the house. And secondly, most importantly, how Swamiji had left his mother, and that whole incompletion, like even for an avatar, like Swamiji said, how important it was to have that completion, that hug, to fulfill that completion, to come back, complete that hug. It was just so beautiful, right? And how Swamiji revealed to us about what is true fulfilling relationships like. Each of this is very important for us to understand. And Swamiji revealed such a beautiful truth to all of us, right? So how was it for you? What did you click with? What did each of you understand?
How many of you understood about that importance of completion that Swamiji had explained to us very, very, very beautifully? Priyatma Surupini has posted, it's always such a joy to listen to Swamiji's stories. Swamiji beautifully puts it well. Absolutely. I mean, it's like literally you will feel as though you're also there in the story and you're seeing the whole thing so visually, right? This is so beautiful. It was unique. It was quite touching and heartfelt. You're asking for the video. Sure, we'll send you the video link, Ma. Okay, wonderful. Now with this thing, after listening, how many of you feel that, yes, I am going to do the completion process. I'm really going to be completing with everyone in my life. Who all want to take that decision? Who all want to experience that completion with all your relationships? Chetna Patel has put it means every single incident should be completed with conscious awareness. Every single incident that you remember, yes, should be completed. Meaning, see, that's what Swamiji says, conscious living. When you're living conscious, actually look at your life. So much of time just goes by where you're not even aware, like you're so unconscious. You need to infuse consciousness, meaning you need to be aware, conscious, living in every moment. Whatever incompletions are there, when you start focusing on completing with all those incompletions, living in perpetual completion, like automatically feeling complete will become part of you. Otherwise, what will happen? No, we'll think, oh God, I have so many incompletions. I've lived for last so many years now. How am I going to sit and complete all of that? Don't worry, relax. Because you only need to be focusing on you feeling complete. Once you start completing with few incidents, experiencing completion will become your natural way of existence. Are you all understanding? First, let's identify our incompletions that we have. We're going to do the completion process, completion with others. We all understood about my world and the world, how things are different in my world, how things are different in actual reality. And now we understood about the importance of completion with others. And Swamiji shared from his own personal life. Very beautiful. I love listening to this video. I have listened to this so many times. And again, every single time, it's so funny, especially when Swamiji narrates, right? Like how Swamiji talks, responds to each of the relatives. It's just so funny and so sweet to see how young Swamiji was. And like his only known place where he had grown up all his life was Tiruvannamalai. And he's going to leave that place to go somewhere where he didn't even know where he's going. But his decision, young 16-year-old kid who does not have any money with him, he's not going to take any money, he's not going to take anything, no person to even support. Next meal, he does not know where to get from. But he is off, ready to take off, saying that I want to be a sannyasi, no matter who comes and asks him. Wow, what a guts Swamiji should have had at that young age to take that decision and stick with that decision. And take that decision with tremendous completion. This is just wow. Ma Stephanie died here. I understand. I read your message. Understand. Listen. Focus on you being complete. Listen. If someone is abusing you, you don't need to go and complete with them and say, oh, it was all my fault. No. Completion is not about saying sorry. Completion is not about you going and saying sorry to someone. Completion is You deciding to be complete. See, someone at some point would have, let's say that your friend had given you a tight slap in some place in front of others. That would have hurt you so much. The physical pain would have lasted for few minutes, but the suffering that comes out of it, even now when you will remember, it will make you suffer. You'll feel the suffering, you'll feel the suffocation of it. That suffering, pain is inevitable, suffering is a choice. You choose to suffer. You have the freedom to complete, to be relieved out of that suffering, where even when you are remembering, even when you remember that incident, it will no more cause any pain or a suffering in you. That is literally how complete you will feel. Even when you remember that incident, it will no more cause any kind of a pain or a suffering in you. One more thing I wanted to add.
See, many times in all relationships, right? Like Swamiji was revealing in that session about how fulfilling relationships is our birthright. Swamiji said many times, because of our certain reactionary patterns, we we give a fixed response. We understand a certain way and respond a certain way. Because of which, your experience about life becomes very limited. What happens each time we have a fixed idea? This should happen a certain way. If this person reacts to me this way, if this person responds to me this way, that means they love me. If this person does not even turn and look at me, that means the love has reduced. All these fixed notions of everything around us constantly makes us fall into that same cycle of incompletions again and again. That is why so many times your incompletions might be completely like baseless. It will not even have a clear base. But still, you will constantly, you will not even know why that incompletion is there, but it will just be there and it will trouble you. So the whole thing is constantly again and again going to be affecting. It is going to be like a vicious cycle that we get stuck in. Now, the same thing that Swamiji revealed here, right? If we just carefully analyze, Swamiji had shared how fulfilling relationship means every relationship which reminds you again and again, gives you the experience of oneness is fulfilling relationship. Let us do a very quick exercise for this. I request every one of you to take a few minutes, pen down the answers to these 5 questions. First one, for the purpose of this assignment, you're going to be taking any one relationship where you want to experience true love with that person, but currently you're facing conflicts. Pen down what you feel about you when you are with that person. What do you feel about yourself when you're away from that person? How do you show yourself to that person? And how that person perceives you? And how you perceive that person? Take few minutes and pen down the answers for this. those relationships. Pen down. See, you're going to take only one for now. You can write down the answer to each of those questions. Revisit how it feels for you to spend time with that person. How do you feel about yourself when you're around that person? How do you experience about them when you're around them? Write down all of them. Now, what you're going to be doing is you're going to be revisiting that whole experience. And we're going to be entering into a very, very beautiful, powerful Kriya, that meditation that we're going to be doing, which will literally give us this experience of the whole space of going beyond the attachments and experiencing real love and fulfillment. Now, please relax. Have all of you finished writing? Yes. Have all of you finished writing? Wonderful. Now, we're going to be entering into a very, very important exercise for all of us to do. A very important kriya actually, which is going to be opening up your Anahata chakra. See, Anahata chakra is your heart center, which is the center of love. From Anahata chakra only, the love expresses, blossoms, and oozes out that people experience. Okay. So now, every one of you that are sitting here, firstly, can I please ask every one of you to come on camera? It's a very, very powerful exercise we're going to be doing. It's a very powerful kriya that we are going to be doing, which will really help you come to that space of completion. And this will have multiple steps. We will be guiding you all through this kriya. So I request every one of you to please come settle down. Nithyananda, Ma Tanja Devarne, Ma Windlaw, Ma Wavyang. Can I request everyone to come on camera, please? Please come on camera. Please turn on your cameras. Ma Xia Tong, Ma Jenny Tran, Ma Shengyu. Can I request everyone to come on camera, please? Please come on the camera. Okay, listen very carefully. Now, this particular kriya is going to be unlocking the Anahata chakra in us. See, our heart center, the being center in us, the heart center in us, is the Anahata chakra. So, this Anahata chakra is a place where love, the true love, flows through Anahata chakra. And Anahata chakra is blocked by attention need pattern in us. Whenever we seek for approval from outside, whenever we seek for an attention, approval from outside, that blocks our Anahata chakra, the pattern. Okay, getting it? Now, there's a very, very powerful kriya that is taken from the agamas, from our scriptures, which basically helps you unlock your Anahata chakra, completely unlocking your Anahata chakra and unleashing the potential energy of your Anahata chakra. Getting it? So we will be entering into this kriya. Before that, I just want to remind all the participants, please do not worry. Just do all the steps exactly as it is being guided. But key is be in the camera. All the participants, please be on the camera. And if you have any medical conditions which does not allow you to do any type of breathing exercises or any type of kriyas, please do not participate. Okay. Now, all the others who are here, if you're doing this kriya, please make sure you're in the camera and do the kriya only in the camera. And second, you all need not worry about your privacy. You're all in the focus mode, which means only we will be able to see you to make sure you're doing it correctly. And nobody else can see you or record you. So you all can be comfortable and reassured about that. Now, let us all enter into the kriya. All right? Okay. Now, we're all going to be doing step by step as I guide you all into each of this kriya. So this actually all of us listen to how Swamiji experienced that completion with mother, right? This experience, this meditation will actually unlock the similar experience, exactly same experience I have to say, in your inner space. Swamiji said very beautifully, he said, the moment he experienced that hug the second time, it was so complete, so fulfilling. That is the exact thing each of you are going to be experiencing right now. Okay, first step. Please sit cross-legged in a comfortable position on the ground. Please be seated on the ground. Sit in a very comfortable position. Your head, neck, and spine should be in a straight line. If you're not able to sit on the floor, if you're unable to sit on the floor, it is fine. You can sit on the chair. That is also fine. Just be seated in a comfortable position such that you're able to sit in that for a long time. And do not sit hunched back. Do not lean on the wall. Just sit straight. Have your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Feel very relaxed. Close your eyes. Now, visualize as if your eyeballs have literally frozen. You have become completely like solid inside. Please close your eyes. I request everyone to close your eyes. But hands be long, don't rub your eyes. Just close your eyes. Sit straight, close your eyes. Myrin Lemos. Come on, everyone, please close your eyes. Mahilde, Madhyana. I request everyone to sit straight, close your eyes. Yes. Now, for the next 21 minutes, we are going to be doing the Mahamantra meditation. This is the first step. For the next 20 minutes, you're going to be producing an intense humming sound. As intensely as possible, as loudly as possible, as lengthy as possible, but do not, for making it loud, don't open your lips. Your lips should be pursed together. That's all. Do not open your lips. You're just going to do hum internally. You're going to be, the voice should be heard, but without opening your mouth. From the navel center. Literally, it should be like if you put your face inside an empty aluminum vessel and make a humming sound, how it will be? It will be like, there'll be a vibration, right? You'll feel a reverberation. Exactly the same way. It should not be Om. It should, don't chant Om. No. It should just be Don't make it like don't make it like Omkara. Just stand it. Don't do humming or don't do Om. See, sometimes some of you are doing in the tone. That is like Om sound. Don't do that. You're just going to do Don't worry about your breath. Your body will automatically breathe when it is needed. This is an ancient Tibetan Buddhist technique to awaken the Anahata chakra located in the heart center. Don't become tensed. Put your whole being, the energy into creating that vibration. Become that humming. Let your whole body be filled with the vibration of humming. At some point, you will experience that the vibration continues without your conscious effort. You will automatically, your body will be vibrating. At that point, you will just become a listener to it. Intensely hum, continuously hum. Just hum. You're only going to sit and hum. Produce that humming sound inside of you. Intensely hum. Continue humming. Intensely hum. It should be from your navel center, as loud as possible, as lengthy as possible. Without opening your mouth, have your lips pursed and just hum. Hum intensely. It should be just like a vibration happening from your very navel center. In the next step of this process, I request everyone to please relax. As you are humming now, we're going to be entering into the second step of this meditation process. Now, at the end of this 21 minutes, you can completely stop the humming. Just keep your eyes closed. Remain silent and inactive for 10 minutes with a smiling face and a blissful mood. You don't need to hum. You can relax now. Bring completely normal breathing. Just have a completely smiling face and a blissful mood without having to hum, without having to focus, concentrate. Just relax. Relax into that blissful self. Have a smiling face and be in that smiling, blissful mood. Just sit, unclutch. Don't entertain any thoughts. I request everyone to please have your eyes closed. Do not open your eyes. Ma Dayanas Pilav, Ma Anandeshwari, Ma Hilde, please have your eyes closed. This process is not complete yet. Please close your eyes. You are going to be unclutched, which means any thought that comes to you, let it come. But simply watch your mind as if you're watching television without resisting your thoughts or without passing any judgment on your thoughts. Just remain silent. If your thought is coming, let it come, let it go. Whatever is happening, let it happen. Just remain as a witness. Don't try to stop your thoughts. Don't try to create your thoughts. Just watch, witness. Whatever thoughts come, let it pass. Just close your eyes. Sit in that blissful space with your eyes closed. During this time, the energy you created during the 20 minutes of humming will enter all the corners of your being and cleanse it deeply inside of you. So just sit in that intense, blissful mood. Watch your thoughts completely unclutch and watch your thoughts. Don't stress yourself. Don't try to create something. Just relax and watch the thought. Slowly, very slowly, please relax. Please settle down. You can now breathe in and breathe out normally. Please relax. Have some water. You can sip a cup of water now. Yes. Please settle down. So, how was this for you? How did you all enjoy this meditation process? Actually, this is a very, very powerful meditation process. This is called the Mahamantra meditation process, which is from the Tibetan Buddhism, which actually awakens like Swamiji said, it unlocks your Anahata chakra and awakens that dimension of love, that unending love from your inner space, that space of mother, that completion with mother. It just showers that in your inner space. It's a very powerful meditation process. So every day, just spend about 20-30 minutes and do this. It's a very, very powerful method, meditation process. Please relax. You all can quickly grab a cup of water, have some water, make sure you're hydrating yourself. Yes. How was the experience of it? How did you all experience when you did this Mahamantra? What was the experience? Ma Sri Lakshmi Kottapalli has posted, Ma, thank you so much. I needed this. It was so peaceful. Absolutely, ma. Actually, Mahamantra meditation is known for the beautiful impact that it makes. See, that vibrations, right? That vibrations penetrates into your system. Literally, it just creates that such a positive impact in you. It just settles your whole being. If any of you want to use the restroom, quickly run and come back and settle down. Please relax. I request everyone to please come on camera. Now, we're all going to be entering into the power manifestation session. See, please understand, today all of us have been working on various different layers of, bringing completion in our inner space in different levels. Now, what all of us did, the opening up of our heart center, the Anahata chakra, literally brings so much of completion and gratitude in your inner space. It just gives you that boost of energy. Now, from morning till now, how many of you had a completely different perspective on relationship with others? What is your understanding as a key to manifesting successful relationship with others? Can I request all of you to post? What did you understand as a key, the essence of how you can manifest successful relationship with others? Come on. Can I request every one of you to post? Let's see what each of you understood. Ma Ratna Prabha is asking, Ma, nowadays during meditation, I feel like something forcefully shakes me from the back. What is that, Ma? Actually, that is the awakening of Kundalini energy in us. That, and you've posted complete completion. Beautiful, Ma. That is the awakening of the Kundalini energy inside of you. So please understand, when the Kundalini energy is awakened inside you, it gives, like Swamiji tells, it's like 10,000 volts of current being induced into you. Of course, not the harmful effects, the positive energy will happen. So that's what it is. Come on, what did each of you understand as a key to having successful relationships? Ma Sonia Rao, perfect. You got the exact right thing. Seeing them as a reflection of you. Understanding that they are a reflection of you. Ma Sonia Rao, you got the essence, the right essence. Correct. That's the perfect thing. Seeing them as a reflection of you. And Ma Diana's beloved, that's also correct. Is it a pattern or a possibility? We have to see that. We have to answer that to ourselves. But now, understand, there are two ways. One, using this technique to bring completion with existing relationships is great. But using this, even in your relationships that you're complete with, to take it to the next level means to bring them to a lot more completion, to heal, to work on manifesting that successful oneness in that relationship. All of that also happens. Understanding, ma? Now, the power that we are going to be manifesting today, now in this round, is going to be exactly this, applying this powerful cognition that life is a reflection. We are going to be manifesting the power of being able to shift another person's inner space, being able to shift somebody's inner space. That is the key. That is the power that we are going to be manifesting. See, changing someone's mind is not about controlling their mind, but rather it is about shifting what the other person holds as impossible to change. For example, they may have an space in them that, my relationship with my mother can never be better. It's impossible. Swamiji tells a very powerful statement. Man is like a mirror. He has the choice to face and reflect the divine or to turn away and walk. You are that mirror. Life is a mirror in front of you. You have the choice to shift that inner space of the other person by shifting your inner space and creating a very beautiful world in front of you. Or you have a choice to suffer and create constant suffering in front of you. How many of you want to take responsibility to create a blissful ecosystem around you, where a person in front of you is also complete and you are also complete? How many of you want to create that ecosystem around you? Okay, yes, yes. All right. Come on, everyone else in Rajya Sabha. How many of you want to do that? How many of you want to take responsibility to complete? Okay, Ma Genitian, Magaggia Lee. All right. Listen very carefully. You're all going to be manifesting a very, very important power now, and you should not do it with someone here already. You have to do it with any of your friends or family members whom you really want to bring that space of completion with. I'll tell you a very beautiful incident. I always share this. It's one of my most like eye-opening incidents because in every program, Swamiji will tell, when I ask you to call others, don't think it is marketing. It is completion. It is for you to experience that completion. Swamiji says, I don't need anyone else to reach out for me. I know how to reach out. I will manifest in their lives. But for you, it is to experience completion. I always knew this. I mean, I understood this. But with this one incident, right, I realized it experientially. So there was this one program in the year 2019 I was conducting in Gujarat. Okay, so this was a 2-day program, an NDY program, and it was like many people new. All of them were completely new, like very very new, and they were all there for the program. And one of the participants, so every program we have this completion exercise, right? Like how you're all supposed to call connect to your friends. Like that, there was an activity where they had to call and complete with their friends and manifest powers with them. Okay. So we started this exercise, and somehow one person alone in that whole group, one woman who was young, was in her 20s or 30s. So she had tried to call. She was not able to reach anyone. Okay. So I gave a break to all of them. They all had to call. We had about 30 minutes or so, and we had to resume the class. The next schedule was about to start. So everyone had their lunch, they finished their calls, and they all came back. At least one call each of them made. But this one person alone, she came back and she said, Ma, I called, I'm not able to reach. And then I said, no, you have to call. If you have to make sure somehow you reach. Ma, Swamiji has given this exercise. It is surely going to give you a breakthrough. So call. Then she told, no, I called. And you all should know, actually, she showed me her phone. She called A to Z, almost every contact from her phone. All contacts. Called. Even 40 minutes before, some people had picked up or messaged her, but nobody is picking up this call. She was like surprised rather. She was like, Ma, how come? How is this possible? Nobody is answering my call. And it has never happened this way that I dial every number in my phone and not a single soul picks up the call. Then I was surprised. And then actually, she showed me her phone. She was showing, see, Ma, I called every single person. And not one person returned my call. Not one person is picking up my call. So I don't think I can do this, Ma. Please, can we resume? The whole class was waiting, okay? And only this one person had not called. And I said, no, everyone has to call, Ma. Only then we can continue the class. So we'll all wait. No problem. You somehow call. Then she was like, oh my God, I don't know what to do. And she scrolled. So I asked her once again, have you called like every single person? Then she said, yes, I'll go through again. And she went through again. There was only one contact left in her phone, which is of her friend who she had a altercation with, and she's not been in contact for almost 10 years or so. Like for many number of years. I forget the exact number of years. For many number of years, she was not in touch. Then she said, this is the only contact, Ma, but I don't want to call her. We're having differences and all that. And I said, I felt like this is the reason Swamiji is not, Swamiji has ensured nobody else picked up the call. I said, no, even if you have differences and all, when it comes to enriching, it does not matter. Call and reach out to that person. She was very hesitant, but somehow, because the whole class was waiting, I think she decided to call. After 10 years, she's ringing up her friend who used to be her close friend, but they had some difference and they had not been in touch. She called her friend, and the moment she picked up, the moment in the first ring, her friend picked up the call as if just waiting at the phone. And the moment she picked up and the friend got to know it is her, the friend started crying. She said she just got into a marriage, and it turned out to be a very abusive marriage, and she was going through a lot. And she was crying and praying for someone to guide her. Somehow she wanted to know what she can do in life to have a change, and she was too frustrated with what things were happening and things were all falling apart. Exactly at that time, this friend happens to call her after 10 years. And that very moment, that being on the other side got connected to Swamiji. Next program she attended, she experienced the completion and her life completely changed. When this person, this woman who had called, she came back to me and she was in tears. She said they did not even speak one word about the 10 years of difference they had, because the moment she picked up the phone and they conversed, they had so much of depth in their relationship, much more than before. She said, I got my best friend, but now she's even more closer to me than before. And both of them felt so healed, so complete, and so fulfilled. Can you imagine just a normal random call? It was just a simple exercise. But nothing is simple ever. This one friend, later on, she came back to the next program. Right next day, she came, attended the program. She had a massive transformation in her life and she experienced so much of healing. She was so grateful for that one call. You never know who's waiting on the other side. You take the step. How many of you are sincerely going to call? Come on. How many of you sincerely you are going to call and you're going to manifest this? For all you know, it could be your friend, someone of your family who's waiting on the other end to get the call. You never know. You should not deny. See, some people may even tell, no, I'm not interested, it's okay. That's fine. But from your side, you should not deny or tell a no to that possibility. Getting it? Shall we all start? Each of you are now going to manifest. Ma Prithvi Prasad, can I call more than one? You can call any number you want. One was just an example that I gave. You can call any number of people that you want, of course. See, but understand what exactly you should do. See, this power is called the power of shifting someone's inner space. You have the ability to influence another person's inner space in front of you. Just by you changing your inner space, you'll be able to shift another person's inner space. What you're going to do is you're going to be calling one of your friends, anyone, okay? And ask them, first request their consent, introduce that you're attending such and such a program. It's a 21-day program and it's free. Just let them know. So they have some context and tell them that, this power manifestation, you're just wanting to manifest with them. You're going to scan and identify what is the exact thought current. First, let them ask them, tell me one reality you want to manifest. It could be anything. I want to buy a car. I want to buy a dress. I want to attend Paramashivoham. I want to become a Sarvajñapita Yajaman, or I want to become an entrepreneur. It could be anything. Ask them to share the reality that they want to manifest. Once they share the reality, you are going to scan and identify what exactly is stopping them from manifesting that reality. What is the exact pattern that is stopping them? Once you identify that, scan, visualize Swamiji in your third eye, and open the Living Enlightenment book from your phone. And just connect to Swamiji. You will land on the exact page that is a solution for them. The moment you read it, you will feel a shift inside you. With that shift, tell them the solution. Just read out that Living Enlightenment book or Bhagavad Gita book and give them that as a solution. Share that Bhagavad Gita book or Living Enlightenment book to them as a solution. Very simple. Just do this step. That's all. They themselves will tell you. Actually, you will not even need to ask them. They will suddenly tell you that, yes, I feel it clicks with me. I feel a shift in me. You will experience, all of you will experience it right now. Just make your call. Actually, this is the best time. You all can even invite them for the darshan. If they're interested, you can share the link with them and ask them to join for the darshan. It's a very, very powerful darshan today. So they can just attend the darshan, which is starting in less than 1.5 hours from now. But from your side, now you take the step, start calling, reaching out to them. Invite them for Paramashivoham as well. But first, don't go with the focus of getting them for Paramashivoham. Go with the agenda to first shift their inner space, to give them a breakthrough in whichever space that they're stuck in. Go from that space.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Mahamahavaagya, spiritual lullaby for samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva. This Mahamahavaagya is spiritual lullaby for you to fall into samadhi. Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva to wake up in you. Just remember this one powerful cognition. This Mahamahavaagya puts me in samadhi. This is spiritual lullaby for samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva in me, for Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahamahavaagya. Mahamahavaagya, spiritual lullaby for samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva, for Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahavagya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Please relax. It's wonderful to see so many of you posting about you reaching out and making the calls. That's great. Now, very, very soon, we're all going to be entering into the Darshan preparation. But before that, we're going to be entering into a very important preparatory session where we're going to be learning about oneness in relationships. Let us now listen to the revelation.
Understand. People cognize relationship in various shades. sometimes monogamous, sometimes polygamous, sometimes complete celibacy, sometimes complete suppression, not celibacy, suppression, sometimes over expression, over sexed, various shades. First thing I want to tell you, I am not going to tell you what is right, what is wrong, what you should do, what you should not do. No. I am going to tell you cosmic constitution, what Paramashiva wants, how he looks at the shades of relationships, like a rainbow shades, how he looks at the whole shades. That's all I am going to tell you. Understand? Listen very carefully, because I don't want to say something is right, something is wrong, because it all depends upon the natural selection you have done, your body has done. Understand? You are totality of your body and consciousness. Chit Jata Granthi. That is what Hindu tradition, Sanatana Hindu Dharma, cosmic constitution describes you. Chit Jata Granthi. The conscious decisions of your Anma, soul, natural selections of your body, DNA, these two overlapping on each other, forming a knot is you. Now, this conscious decision and natural selection, these two, how it is matching, overlapping, decides whether you are going to be a celibate, suppressed, monogamous, just having one or two affairs outside your legitimate relationship, or polygamous. All that is going to be decided by these two overlapping. Your conscious decision process and your natural selection DNA. Listen. Just because every one of you have a human body, do not think you are all human beings. This generalization is the worst crime done against you. Each one of you are unique, because your conscious decision process is not measured by any so-called rational scientific methodology till now. Only the natural selection, DNA evolution, natural selection is studied. Only that part is studied and understood. Understand? Just because the science has not yet evolved to study something, you trying to deny, that is a mediocre mentality. Be very clear. Do not accept authority. Faith on, blind faith on so-called rational system. Listen. Blind faith on so-called rational system and bowing down to the authority of the rationality never allows you to see the reality. Please understand. Before even the science was catching up with the reality, reality was reality. If you have taken the body from animal to human being first time, now only you have done the natural selection process and jumped into the human body. Naturally, your senses will need too much of support from the external inspiration, like a lot of quantity of food will be required, lot of sights pleasure, lot of music pleasure, lot of smell pleasure, lot of touch pleasure, lot of sexual pleasure. Too much is needed to keep yourself engaged, entertained, alive. And if you are denied of all that, you will be depressed. That's a problem. You will be depressed. So I don't want to say what is right, what is wrong. I don't want to give you a kind of a generalized solution. I will reveal the sacred secrets Paramashiva reveals. If you have already done the survival, means the natural selection process, more and more means from animal body you took the jump to human body. In the human body you lived few births and you have done lot of conscious decision and more natural selection, and you evolved your system. Suddenly, listen carefully, too much of shadow of conscious decision gets embedded into your natural selection process, and you develop something called Divya Sarira, light body, which reduces your sensual needs drastically to keep you alive and excited. Means, if your Divya Sarira develops more and more, with less input from the external world, you will be more alive, joyful, excited, inspired, radiating. You may not need sense pleasures to keep you alive and active. Now, you need to look in and see where you are standing in your natural selection process and where you want to go using your conscious decision power. Natural selection is not prison if you know to use conscious decision. If you don't use conscious decision, the natural selection DNA you evolved can be a prison. Understand? If you know how to get out of a room, that room is a room for you, not prison. If you don't know how to get out of a room, then that room itself is a prison for you. Understand? 5 times planet Earth has gone through complete extinction. But life comes back. That life you are carrying inside. That life you are carrying inside. Understand? That life flourishes, manifests, raises its frequency, rules life by more and more conscious decisions and powerful cognitions. That is the greatest asset you can gather when you are a baby, when you are growing up. That is the best asset. I should say that is a fundamental right for all human beings. I have a small video. I wanted all of you to see a video called Cosmic Eye. Then I'll explain. understand, knowing the telescopic and microscopic reality of you, self, God, Ishvara, Jagat, universe, makes you make right decisions about relationships. Understand? Don't think I'm giving an impractical solution for your simple day-to-day problems. No. No band-aid solution can help you in your relationships. You think just a plastic smile can help you completely be happy with your family and relationships? No. Your core need to cognize, powerful cognition. Only then your attitudes and understanding about you and life will get matured. Maturity means having the telescopic and microscopic vision, clarity, powerful cognition about everything you are handling in your life. Everything you are handling in your life, having telescopic and microscopic vision, is what I call enlightenment. When you know life cannot be destroyed, you know nothing can touch you, you will start loving and being compassionate with everyone. You can't destroy me, so I am compassionate and loving to you. You are not a threat for me. Nobody is a threat for me. Nobody is a threat for you. From that powerful cognition, when you love, that's a real love. Understand, whether love or life or laughter or dance, everything has to be from powerful cognition. The shades of relationship is decided by the conscious decision process. Decide to use the conscious decision process to break free from the DNA you developed by natural survival. Whatever expression you do from the truth you are, consciousness, sparkle of Paramashiva, whatever you manifest from this truth is relationship. Everything else, whatever you manifest from the idea you are a body or just mind, just emotion, will all be only situationship, not relationship. Listen intensely. These two words are the keywords. Relationship, situationship. The inner understanding, the core understanding about you. If you have the understanding, your consciousness, you are
manifestation, sparkle of Paramashiva. From that space, whatever you build, you manifest. Whether you move towards food or seeing, listening, touching, sexual relationship, anything. Whatever you manifest from the space you are Paramashiva, it will all be a relationship, amazing relationship. All relationships are good for you because from the move, from the space you are Paramashiva, when you move towards anything, you will only experience oneness. You will only manifest more good. Understand? From the space you are Paramashiva, even if you eat, that food will become one with you and you will become one with that food. You will bless the food and the food will bless you. You will do good to the food and food will do good to you. It will all be amazing, auspicious relationship. I am giving the example of food, whether food or any sense, listening, smelling, seeing, touching, including sexual relationship. If you operate from the space you are Paramashiva, if you operate from the space you are Paramashiva, including sexual relationship, all will be auspicious, lead to more and more oneness. This beautiful Ardhanarishwara will be your experiential reality. Ardhanarishwara is the pure manifestation of the cosmic union, Paramashiva and Paramashiva Shakti. Listen. From the space you are Paramashiva, when you operate, you are literally living God. Not God-man, living God. Understand? Anything you do from the idea you are a body, you are mind, it will all be just situationship. Do not expect any relationship started with the idea you are just a body and mind to be a permanent relationship in your idea, in your life. Even the word relationship is wrong. Everything you do from the idea you are body and mind is just situationship. So don't blame the situations, other person, anything.
You are trying to get milk, cow milk from chicken, from hen. No, it is not possible. Don't expect a fulfillment of a relationship from situationship. Most of you get into so-called relationships because a situation pushed you into it, that's all. Even if it was your willful decision, the will you carry is operated, it functioned, it manifested from the idea, your body and mind. See, you operate from the idea of body and mind, but you expect something which can come only from consciousness. Fulfillment, completion, peace, all this can come only from consciousness. Something which can come only from consciousness, how do you expect it from the operations you did from the idea you are body and mind? So listen. Contemplate and meditate intensely. See how you build situationships in your life, but you expect the results, fulfillment which can come only from relationship. I tell you, from the right space, anything originates will be an amazing relationship. With the wrong space, anything originates will be just situationship. I am not saying situationships are wrong. I am only saying don't expect too much from situationship. At least be very clear. Your situationship cannot give you what relationship can give. You marry ordinary man or a woman who is cunning, strategic, violent, exploiting, manipulating exactly like you, and you expect the other person should behave like Paramashiva, should give you everything you will get only from Paramashiva or Paramashiva Shakti. What is this? Listen. You get into a relationship. You marry a male or a female, someone exactly like you. Hypocritical, cunning, exploitative, manipulative, cheating, strategic. You marry exactly a person like you. You get into a relationship with exactly a person like you. But you expect you should get everything you will get only from Paramashiva and Paramashiva Shakti from the other person. Situationship cannot give what relationship can give you. Relationships are different. Situationships are different. the absolute honest connection you have with your consciousness, through your consciousness with Paramashiva. Only call that as relationship. Everything else, call it as situationship. Listen. You cognizing, knowing your consciousness, your relationship with your consciousness, that can be called as relationship. Through the realization you are consciousness, the relationship you build with Paramashiva, that can be called as relationship. Other than this, do not call anything as relationship. Everything else is situationship. Everything else is situationship. Listen. This one truth will solve all your problems of life about relationships. All your relationship problems can be solved, resolved with this one understanding. This one understanding can resolve everything. Other than your conscious relationship with yourself, your conscious relationship with Paramashiva, everything else is situationship. Meditate on this. Understand. Discovering oneness within you is powerful cognition manifestation. Means you apply the right powerful cognitions within you, you will discover oneness within you. You apply the powerful cognitions in your life, you will discover oneness in relationships. The whole married life in Hinduism is all about discovering oneness in the relationships. Listen. More and more powerful cognitions were asked to be applied, to be manifested. More and more powerful cognitions were supposed to be breathed and lived. I tell you, more powerful cognitions, more matured you will be with you. More powerful cognitions, more matured you will be with others. Fundamentally, oneness in relationships is nothing but more and more powerful cognition. Means the cognitions you carry about you, life, cosmos, body, mind, pleasure, pain, right, wrong, sex, lust, greed, death, all this should become very high, powerful cognitions. The more and more powerful cognitions, more and more you will discover oneness within you. Understand, oneness has nothing to do with so-called peace. Sometimes you can get peace just by becoming life negative, not doing anything. Many depressed people are very peaceful. They look very peaceful. They are almost silent. Peace, the so-called peace, is not the real powerful cognition. When you have real powerful cognition, you experience peace, no doubt. No doubt you experience peace. The kind of the peace you experience is called Paramashant. When powerful cognitions become your core cognitions, your basic ingredient, it is the substance for you to exist. Then you start discovering oneness. You start discovering oneness. I strongly recommend, when you fill yourself with these kind of powerful cognitions, I tell you, You will come to a realization, just like you feel insecure, the other person feels insecure. You feel greed, other person feels greed. You feel attention need, other person feels attention need. You will realize the oneness between you and the other person. You will have such overflowing love and compassion when you realize your oneness with the other person. You will just be ready to heal the other person's insecurity, fear. You will have so much of your inner space, I tell you. Your inner space will become so vast. You will be able to just hug that person. I am not saying, please listen, I am not saying all your conflicts will immediately be destroyed. You will come to an understanding. No. First thing will happen, both of you know you reflect each other. Then suddenly you will see that maturity both of you feel, experience. Conflicts will evaporate. Not that you sit and sort out one by one, no. Conflicts will just evaporate. Understand, whenever you know the other person is you and your reflection, you know how the other person is going to respond every moment, and you know how you should be acting and reacting. I tell you, knowing the other person is your reflection is power. It's not just a spiritual strength. It is a real power in the world. You just know how the other person is going to behave. You just know how to deal with him. Because you know he is going to reflect you. You just need to see which part of you he is going to reflect. And you know how to handle that part. And you handle that part in that person over. How you handle your greed, same formula applies to handle his greed. How you handle your fear, same formula applies to handle his fear. How you handle your inspiration, same formula applies to handle his inspiration. How you handle your laziness, the same formula applies to handle his laziness. How you handle your cunningness, the same formula applies to handle his cunningness. Knowing the other person is your reflection makes you intelligent. Deciding to use compassion to heal the other person makes you God. It's life. Whoever decides for life, compassion as the strategy for their existence, live like a God in the cosmos. In relationships, not just relationship with human beings, even the chair you sit, you have a relationship with it. Every item you use, you have a relationship with it. And I wanted to tell you, I am successful in downloading 3 pages of the Cosmic Archives, Akashic readings directly into my computer without any logical, rational answer how it happened. Soon I'll make this science established, proven, and then reveal it to the world how it happened. When you build relationship, everything with which you live, they all become so happy with you, they start favoring you. They start becoming part of you. They start enjoying you, and you start enjoying them.
one of the most profound and beautiful aspect that Swamiji revealed. This whole truth that Swamiji revealed right now is a very, very important one. How you can discover oneness in relationships. But what is this oneness in relationships? Swamiji revealed a very important truth, right? Oneness in relationships is nothing but more and more powerful cognition, means the cognitions you carry about your life, cosmos, body, mind, pleasure, pain, right, wrong, sex, lust, greed, death. All these should become very high, powerful cognition. Oneness has nothing to do with these, with so called peace. Sometimes you can get peace by becoming life negative, not doing anything. But that's why Swamiji tells, please listen very carefully. Peace is different, Paramashanta is different. World fights for peace, but it'll never bring peace. Peace is just like a temporary cognition. But Paramashanta is experiencing that ultimate absolute oneness, that Paramashanta Swarupa. Oneness has nothing to do with peace. See, sometimes you can get peace by just becoming life negative or not doing anything. That's what the world understands as peace, right? Very depressed, looking very peaceful, almost silent, but that so called peace is not the real peace. That is not the real powerful cognition. When powerful cognition becomes your core existence, your basic ingredient, it is the substance for you to exist. Then you start discovering oneness. You start discovering the space, the experience, the state of oneness. That is the real Paramashanta. When you fill yourself with these kind of powerful cognitions, you will come to a place, a realization where you will feel all the insecurities will completely drop. You will feel very secure. See, when you fulfill yourself with these kind of powerful cognitions, you will come to a realization. Just like you feel insecure with the other person feels insecure, you feel greed, the other person feels greed. You feel attention need, the other person also feels attention need. You will realize the oneness between you and the other person. This is 100% practical. See, this is exactly what I was sharing about some time back. See, most of the times what happens in us is all of us tend to build these kind of cognitions inside of us where constantly we create life negative patterns in our inner space. And we think, oh, real completion in relationship is what just smile and talk to others. No, it is not just that. Real completion is experiencing oneness, discovering that space of oneness in relationship. Swamiji explains beautifully the right logic of handling any relationship is, if I were in their situation, and if how will I expect life to deal with me? Come on, let me deal the same way with them. That is the real oneness. That is the right strategy to experience fulfillment in any relationships in life. And this is what Swamiji very beautifully reveals in this whole session. This is a profound truth that Swamiji revealed to all of us. See, whenever you know that the other person is you and your reflection, you know how the other person is going to respond every moment, and you know how you should be acting and reacting. With this cognition that the other person is an extension of me, then how will I want to be treated as the other person? How will I want to know? How will I want to experience? Will I like if the other person treats me this way? The answer is no. Then you should also not do the same to the others. That is, Swamiji tells, this is the commandment for all the devotees and disciples. Do not do unto others which when done to you will cause pain or suffering in you. Do not do unto others which when done to you will cause pain or suffering in you. Knowing the other person is your reflection is power. It's not just a spiritual strength, it's a real power in the world. You just know that everyone around you is a resource for you, is an added resource for you from the cosmos. It'll only be like a extra layer of power added to you, a resource added to you. How you handle greed, the same formula applies to handle his greed. How you handle your fear, the same formula applies for you to handle the other. Now, I request every one of you to take your paper and pen and write down just this one truth. How do you apply this cognition in the top 3 relationships in your life that you had picked up some time back? Just take a few minutes and write this down. Write down how you will apply this cognition in the 3 relationships of your life. Please take a few minutes and pen down. Please relax. Okay, so please understand now what each of you have worked on right now, what each of you have written down. This is literally the cognition with which, if you understand, this is the best strategy with which you can operate all negotiations. This is the best strategy with which you can deal with any relationship, any negotiation, whether it's your colleague, whether it's your spouse, everyone. If you just understand this simple, powerful cognition and truth, right? It will completely change the way you perceive, experience life itself completely. Now, all of us are going to be preparing for the darshan. Today, we are going to be having the darshan at 8 p.m. New York time in just about 1 hour from now. We are going to be entering into the last preparatory session for the darshan today. This is a very, very important session where Swamiji literally teaches the exact cognition you need to have with which you need to deal with any relationships in life.
This is too important. We request all the participants to intensely listen, especially the participants who've been so sincere since morning. You all have been coming and sitting here and being here, intensely participating, understanding these powerful cognitions inside of you. So just want to tell all of you just one thing. Intensely listen to the session. Prepare yourself for the darshan. This will help you to experience the initiation in the best possible way. I see many more participants who have joined in. Nithyananda, so wonderful to have all of you here. Anyone here who's coming for the very first time to the program and you're here for the darshan? Like you did not attend the full day since morning and you only come for the darshan? Because we highly recommend you to attend the full day session, because that would really, really help you to experience the initiations in the best possible way. Don't worry, and it's completely free. You can attend the whole day's program. It's completely free of cost. We're also on social media platforms, because every science that you're going to be learning, it's personally designed by Swamiji with intense research and with a lot of love and compassion. Swamiji has designed this program in such a way that in the least possible time, you can have a super conscious breakthrough with the minimum effort that is needed, which is just enjoy. You just need to be here, make yourself available. Now we are going to be entering into the Jana Loka session. For those of you that are completely new, in Hinduism, we have 14 planes of existence. Meaning, now whatever we know as we call as aliens, we call as extraterrestrial beings, or there are universes existing, there are galaxies that are existing. We say all of these things. Scientists are discovering more and more. Even just a few days before, an ISRO scientist discovered a new star, and they said that there is a possibility of that having a lot more carbon. Like, the scientists across the world are trying to understand more, delve more and more into how much vast is the existence of life in this universe. But thousands of years before, in Sanatana Hindu Dharma, our great scientists, who with such advanced technology and precision have given clearly in the Vedas and Agamas, to be more precise, in the Mrigendra Agama, we have a clear description of how many planes of existence are there. Do you know something? Whatever we know as the known universe, I'm not just talking about planet Earth, solar system, Milky Way galaxy, or Andromeda galaxy. No. Even what we think as these are so many millions of light years away, whatever we have discovered so far, all of those plus what the scientists are visualizing, saying this much more the universe exists. All that only comes under one plane of existence called as the Bhumandala, the Bhuloka. Above Bhuloka, we have Bhuvarloka. Then above that, we have Swargaloka. Like this, we have 7 planes above and 7 planes below. Bhur, Bhuvar, Suvar, Tapa, we have Tapoloka, we have Maharloka, Janaloka, Tapoloka, and Satyaloka. All of these are existing above. And below, we have Atala, Vitala, Sutala, Talahatala, Rasatala, Mahatala, Patala. We have 7 worlds below. And this, again, when we say this, apart from these 14, we also have Vaikunta, we have Shripuram and Mahakailasa. The universe is wow, much more than what we can even imagine. But this truth, learning about how each of these universes exist and how they function, empowers us when we leave our body, especially. You will know what are the options we have. So, the darshan, again, once again, I'm announcing the darshan is at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We have less than an hour left for the darshan to start. So, please stay tuned. Intensely listen to this session now. We are going to be understanding about Janaloka. This is a plane of existence where intense oneness phase is lived. All the beings coexist in the phase of oneness. If any of you have any questions or doubts, feel free to post it in the chat section, in the chat or in the comments, so that we will be able to help you understand it. Now let's enter into the session.
Let us now listen to the revelations on Janaloka.
Janaloka is the place where you can exist in multiple bodies at a time. You experience oneness as the super reality. Anyone who experiences Janaloka loses all forms of violence and fear, because you know you exist in everyone. Janaloka is centered on oneness expanded into multiple beings. Listen, if you are experiencing oneness, it is Maharloka. If you are experiencing oneness during the multiple expression, even though there are many people, but you know you are in all of them, that is Janaloka. Even if you listen to these powerful cognitions, you will be irreversibly empowered. Oneness, decision to live in oneness leads you to heaven called Janoloka, or you can call it Janaloka. Listen. I'll give you this example. If you feel you should be given food with love, compassion, do same to others. If you feel, even if you feel like taking marijuana, cocaine, drugs, alcohol, people around you should be ferocious and not to give you that, protect you. Do the same to others. If you feel the right thing should be done to you with love, do the same way to others. If you feel you should be protected from the wrong things, do the same to others. Listen carefully. There is nothing called right or wrong in Janaloka. It is all about oneness. It's all about oneness. There is no right, there is no wrong. In Janaloka, there is no law like a womanizing is crime. Drugs are crime. This is right, that is wrong. There is no law. Oneness is right. If you feel alcohol, drugs are great, you want to enjoy, then share that with others. Oneness is the law of life in Janaloka. Of course, when you give drugs to others, then naturally you have to go through the criminal prosecution. That nobody can stop in this world. I am talking about Janaloka. In Janaloka, the only one principle is oneness. And I tell you, if you start behaving, acting, thinking from oneness, you will create an amazing team around you. Amazing team around you. Start bringing oneness as the scale. Bring oneness as the scale. I tell you, you will develop an amazing Janaloka around you. Amazing Janaloka around you. Understanding oneness, celebrating oneness, wherever you can't implement oneness due to the law of the land, making it clear to people around you, hey, this is what is oneness as far as I understand. That's what I do to my body, myself. But the law of the land requires this. I wanted to tell you clearly upfront. Even if you start making things clear, you will develop an amazing team around you. Implementing oneness as core strategy of your existence makes you to go to Janaloka and makes the Janaloka manifest around you.
And next level about Janaloka, metaphysically, consciously, knowing clearly what you feel as good, bad, right, wrong for you. Same way people feel. If you want attention, people want attention. If you want to be loud, people want to be loud. If you want to be celebrated, people want to be celebrated. Janaloka means where billions of beings exist in complete sync. All of them are in the state of Advaita. All of them feel one with each other. Listen, Nithyananda of Janaloka experienced the oneness experience 360 degree at the age of 12. If you know what I experienced, what I describe as first enlightenment experience, that 360 degree, I felt I am alive. How much I am alive in the skin, the same level I am alive in the stone, plants, everything around me. After that, I could not even pluck a grass. Even for puja, I will only take the part of the grass, leaving the grass to live. Only one part I will take it and offer it for puja. I cannot uproot a grass. Because I know I exist. I exist. I exist. Nithyananda stationed at Janaloka experienced the oneness, Advaita with everything, and landed into the Nithyananda stationed at Bhuloka. Arunachala hill is connected to the whole, all 14 lokas. He is 14 loka. Embodiment of 14 loka, Paramashiva. All 14 lokas are within him. Arunachala has the address in all 14 lokas. If you write letter Arunachala Bhuloka, Arunachala Swarloka, Arunachala Maharloka, Arunachala Janaloka, Arunachala Tapoloka, in all 14 lokas, there won't be any address confusion. Simply the letter will be delivered. Because in all 14 lokas he exists. And more. Because he is the Linga. He is the Linga. Not just Sangha. Listen. Kailasa is Sangha. I am not disrespecting Kailasa. I am giving you the understanding. Kailasa is Sangha. Arunachala is Linga. Paramashiva himself, deity, actually, to tell you honestly, the system, if the body is allowed to function, even if it breaks the bone, there will not be pain. Pain is why me, that's all is pain. Not the fracture, not the, I am telling you from my experience, I had a fracture, multiple compound fracture. We have videograph from the
those days I used to go for this horse riding. All right. I was lean and thin those days. So I was going on the horse and we were coming near the Vaidya. Some of my brahmacharis saw me and they got excited and played that Karpusami song. Karpusami song is that Kalabhairava's invoking Kalabhairava's song that like a Swagatam means, oh Kalabhairava, please land, come. We usually use that song for invoking Kalabhairava. And suddenly I saw that Kalabhairava was opening up in my body, and the body has become triple time heavy. Usually when he lands, it becomes very heavy. And that horse got frightened. It was not actually poor horse's mistake. That fellow, he was... Suddenly, if you see, 3 persons are sitting on you without... See, horses, if they see somebody is claiming on him, he will be psychologically prepared. And that poor fellow is not seeing anybody climbing on him, but the weight has become suddenly 3 times more. He got shaken. He started running, so I fell and I had a fracture. I just got up and said, I think there is a fracture, let's give a medical attention. Morning 7:30 the fracture happened, we have a video. And then I described how in our naval center we have our emergency 911 ambulance. So please understand, all our bodies are equipped to handle all our emergencies. Every medicine needed is in our naval center. Manipatmeham. That Manipatma in the navel is nectar. It has everything to repair our body. So I was seeing very clearly from there all the emergency supply going to that place to repair, and I was describing the whole scene. And only evening they did whatever need to be done, the surgery and everything. I insisted that do it without anesthesia, but they said, no, you are a VIP, we can't take the risk. And all right, anyhow, that story is different. I tell you from my experience, fracture doesn't give pain if you think why me gives pain. At least I have 5 incidents of my kids falling and having fracture. No question of even pain. No, not even the idea of pain.
When I say, hey, you can have 25 independent, intelligent energies. You can make 25 independent power manifestations at a time. If you feel one with it, if you are vibrating with it, if you feel, yeah, when I can do third eye and make the Atmalinga stand erect, all these 2-3 things at a time, I can do 25 power manifestation at a time. If you vibrate with it, you are in oneness with me. We both are meeting in Jana Loka. The teleportation of Jana Loka is happening into Bhu Loka in you. If I say you can perform 25 intellectual acts at a time, like you can smell, you can hear, you can write, you can solve maths, all 25 actions at a time. If you feel connected, wow, yes, it is possible. Then from Swargaloka, teleportation is happening from Swargaloka of you to Bhuloka. If you understand, 25 powers can be manifested simultaneously at a time. Then, from the Janaloka, the teleportation of you from the Janaloka is happening into the you in Bhuloka. If this consciousness can move these hands, why not the air next to the hands? Why not the stone next to the air? Why not the hill next to the stone?
the powerful cognitions have started manifesting. And the powerful cognitions have brought understanding, knowledge, powers, all rooted, centered on this one click. If there is something which is you, which can give a command to move this matter, and this matter moves, the ultimate is in you. It can tell, command, order any matter to move. Understand? The moment you decide, it can command any matter to move, manifesting Shaktis starts. I am telling it is not moving is inauthenticity, powerless cognitions, the conclusions before even you try. Have you told this board to move and it did not move? If that is the case, you have not told to the board the way in which the board can listen. So change the method of telling till the board listens, not doubt the technology of Advaita, which is the source.
That's an amazing, powerful revelation on Jana Loka and how to very practically live this oneness-based life. How to live this lifestyle of oneness. Can I request all the participants to take a few minutes and share with us what all levels of clicks you got. Once again, to all the participants, in about half an hour, we are going to be having the live darshan of Swamiji. Swamiji is going to be coming for a very special darshan. So please stay tuned. We have it at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Can I request all the participants that are here right now with us? What did you understand about Jana Loka? What did you understand as experiencing this space of oneness? Please take a few minutes and share.
Each of you can post. What did you understand? What does it mean to be in that space of oneness according to you? Because this is one of the most basic key to understand the truth or how you can have successful relationships in life. This is the key, the fundamental key that Swamiji has revealed to us. So come on, can I request every one of you to please post in the chat? What did you understand as Jana Loka? Everyone is my reflection. Ma Diana's below has posted, understanding that everyone is my reflection.
However, it would be Jana. That will be the spelling of Jana Loka. Jana. See, how many of you understood that exactly what you want is what the other person also wants? This one click. God, it clicks on multiple levels. How many of you are understanding this? How many of you cognize that? How many of you felt like, God, this is so true. This is like the most practical way to live the space of oneness. Mahalin has posted, everyone is my reflection, whether it's good, it's both good and bad. Yes, whatever we see is our own reflection. expanded into multiple beings. Absolutely, yes. Maharatna Prabha, that's the way Janaloka exists. Now, what did Swamiji say about what if you start doing? Okay, question to everyone. What if you start doing? You will be able to build an amazing teamly around you. What is that one thing when you start doing? You will be able to build an amazing teamly around you. Come on. What did Swamiji say? What's that one secret which when you do it, you will be able to build a beautiful team around you? Ma Shanti, is it love? What is the exact thing Swamiji said? Come on. What is that one thing which when you do, you will be able to build an amazing teamily around you, an amazing team, and who would be like your own extension. What is that one thing? I actually gave you all the hints now.
Come on, every one of you, please post whatever you understood. Whatever you think as that one thing.
Okay, I have many interesting, many right answers coming in. Wonderful. Go ahead, all of you post. What is that one thing which when you do, you would be able to build an amazing teamly around you? What is that secret ingredient that Swamiji said? Aha, okay. Many people are giving me the right answers. I'm not going to tell where. You all can also not look into your Zoom and guess because we have 10 Zoom rooms that are there. In various rooms, we have different answers coming. Even in the Sarvanya Pita Yajaman, Sarvanya Pita Karta rooms, I request all of you to also give it a try. Ma Kala Kala Priye and Ramesh Kanalaya, what is that one thing? What did Swamiji say? What is that one thing which when you do, you will be able to build an amazing teamly around you? Okay, many right answers. I saw even in the mail room also, many of you have given the right answer. It shows all of you intensely listening. Your right answer is the space of oneness, where you know what exactly you want is what the other person also wants. And as Ma Prithvi, you have also posted saying that you being very clear from your side, like Swamiji explained, that's at least that's the right step to start with. Even making things very clear will make it make you so powerful and make you start building an amazing thing. Wonderful. All can give a good hand to all the people who have posted the right answer. So now, can each of you give me an example how you are going to be implementing this space of oneness in your lives? Come on. All of you post. It's so interesting to see so many of you here and intensely that too, so beautifully intensely listening.
Okay, we have more answers.
Bhaskaranaya, Vendarshan, Asim, all of you post the answer. What exactly, how are you implementing oneness in your life? Give me one example. All of you post, come on, take a moment and you're going to give me an example. Bhupendra Aya and Manoj Talwar Aya, how are you going to implement? You're going to give me one incident. What you understood from what Swamiji said. How are you going to implement this strategy for your life as oneness. Give me one example of any one situation. It can even be your spouse is coming for an argument and you're going to use the power of oneness to deal with that. Just kidding. So you have multiple options. Come on, you can give me any one example. From each of you should post one example how you are planning to implement the space of oneness, the oneness as your strategy. Please take a moment and post. Like, really what clicked with me was like when Swamiji is explaining this on that session that we all watched. This is actually from one of the Paramashivoham sessions that Swamiji himself had conducted. And at that time, Swamiji gave an example. Swamiji said how, when your wife is coming and trying to ask you for a solution, be very clear not to open your mouth to give a solution. All she wants is, she just wants you to give listening. She already knows the solution, she would have prepared rather than only come. You give the listening, automatically she'll find the solution. See, it's basically you looking at what you want, exactly the same thing the other person wants. This is not the same as putting yourself in the other person's shoes. Because when we say that, we are like, it becomes more like, oh, okay, yeah, you need to understand their struggle. They may be tense. They may be like this. But when you cognize, hey, it's not that superficial. What you want, exact same thing is what the other person also wants. You're greedy, then the other person is also greedy. What space, how you will handle your greed, handle that other person's greed also exact same way.
One of the key factors here is when we say we'll apply this for our team, it doesn't just end with your near and dear ones. Swamiji tells a very, very important statement. This is the best strategy for negotiating with anyone, the art of negotiation. This is the best strategy for any negotiation you want to make with anyone, any deal, be it your clients, your colleagues, your business partners, anyone that you want to convince for anything. This is the best strategy, oneness-based strategy in life. Swamiji told very beautifully, any other strategy, whether it is calculated, whether it is exploitative, whether it is selfish, or even if it is a win-win strategy, all of them will only lead you to a temporary success to a certain level. After that, you're bound to come back or you're bound to fail. But only oneness-based strategies, which is this exact cognition that Swamiji revealed. How will you deal with your greed? How you will want people to deal with your greed? You deal with others' greed also the same way. If you apply this oneness-based strategy, you can never fail any negotiation. You can never fail. You will never have to think back of how you can shift another person's inner space. That is the best secret. Swamiji said this is literally the business secret for any one of you who want to. It's not just your relationships, even your business, your professional career. This exact same cognition you can apply and you can just experience that shift. Actually, right now, all of you here can practically experiment with this. Practically, you can apply this and you can see how you'll be able to shift another person's inner space.
Wow, I'm getting so many amazing answers from the female side. So many participants have posted different situations, how they're going to deal from the space of oneness. Amazing. I see Madonna, Bharati Bhatt, Prithvi Prasad, Meena Haridas, Manitya Priyesha, Carmen. Wonderful. Many of you are posting. Angel Lee, I see that you're posting the same message multiple times. Sorry, we are going to be entering into Darshan very shortly. And before we continue this session, I just want to tell one thing. During the Darshan, Swamiji has provided us an amazing opportunity where all of us can post our prayers and requests directly to Swamiji. We can send it as a message. And during this time, we are noticing that many of you are posting the same message multiple times in the Zoom room. So what is happening is, even when Swamiji is actually responding to your message, you are ending up missing it because you're continuously posting the same message multiple times. And it's also affecting the other participants to read the responses they receive from Swamiji. So I really request all of you, you can post how many ever boons you prayer requests you want, but please do not repeat the same message again and again and again. So I just wanted to tell this.
And let's also make sure that we're giving enough time. Don't worry about getting a response. Every single message we all can see. Swamiji never misses a single message. He attends to every single of our prayer requests. So please, let's make sure we are respecting the sanctity and at the same time being sensitive to the others who are waiting for the darshan. And every one of you, all the participants, it's very nice to actually see how so many of you are attending from different places and different parts of the world. For many of you, it's your midnight, early morning that you're all sitting here. So let us, every one of you sitting here, this is literally the most conducive ambience for you to test out and experiment with all these truths that Swamiji has revealed. Right now, the exact principle which Swamiji revealed, with which you can manifest, shift anybody's inner space. You can actually practically experiment with it right now. Just call any of your friends, anyone, and share right now. Just shift whatever reality that they want to manifest. You can actually manifest this exact thing as a power. Share with them about the darshan, and you can just invite them, and you can bring a beautiful shift in their life. Every one of you can actually right now apply this beautiful cognition that Swamiji revealed and apply this in your life. You all can experiment with it right now. So many of you have posted, how you have clicked with this, how this cognition clicked with you. Actually, you know what? With this one cognition, right? Swamiji revealed this is even the best way for causing someone, anyone that you want to really cause your reality. You have your near and dear ones. Today's whole day is based on relationships. This is the best way to experiment depth in any relationship. Just operating from this cognition with them.
Okay, I see many answers that were there for the previous question also. Manoj Talvaria, Swamiji has given great insight of oneness. I'll apply oneness at my workspace. I can see that it will make everyone more productive. Yadnesh, just be in unclutched space. That is the best strategy. Okay, wonderful. I have experiences as well where I noticed I getting attracted to only and exactly someone who would be attracted to me already, and I am connecting specifically in that way. Good. I see each of you cognizing this truth in different ways. See, all of you understand. Now just take a moment to apply this. Just look at this, what Swamiji said. What you want is the exact same thing what the other person also wants. Right? You're going to use this as your power right now. You can call any person, anyone, especially the people who you feel that, this cognition, you first want to experiment and try. Understand this power. Every time when Swamiji gives you a powerful cognition, when you just experiment with it, like just play with that cognition, whether it has already become your experience or not, because Swamiji said it is definitely true. So you can just take that and say that because Swamiji said, I am going to stick to this and I'm going to operate from this cognition. You will see immediately it will become your experience. It'll be you'll have fun right now. Who all want to have amazing relationships in your life? Take a moment. You're going to do this experiment with us right now. Take this powerful cognition contact any one person, anyone. You're going to talk to them into their listening, where you can enrich them, help them in anything they want in their life right now. From this powerful cognition of oneness, if it's going to call them, you're going to just connect with them, and you're going to give your intense listening. Because today's Swamiji is going to be initiating us into the power of shifting the other person's inner space. Like, it'll help you a lot. Let's say that you're someone and doing business, and many times you would want to actually shift your client's inner space. You can do it. You want your boss to agree to your proposal. You can do it. It's possible. Understand, it's not going to cause any negative effect. You have the power from the space of oneness. What negative can happen? You are going to be established in the space of oneness, and you're going to play with it. So listen, you're going to take this powerful cognition that Swamiji has just given to us. See that what you want, exactly the same thing is what the other person also wants. You're going to choose any one person. You're going to call them right now. You can enrich them to come and join you in the program with you now for the darshan. Okay? Are you all ready? Shall we experiment this and see? After the call, you're going to post how you used oneness as a strategy, and where you saw exactly what you want is what same thing the other person also wants, and how you deal with yourself. You use the same thing to deal with that person also.
And the goal for you here is to bring a shift in the other person's inner space. You can share the Bhagavad Gita book with them. You can gift them with the Bhagavad Gita book. You can invite them for darshan. It can be anything. So you don't go with a particular aim. See, please understand, here the goal is not, oh, I have to call, let me expect a script. Let me already have a script ready in my head. I have to call and the person has to say, I was just waiting for your call. No, don't already go with an expectation. Swamiji tells, when you go for enriching, Swamiji will flow through you. That is the experience of oneness that you will have. Just see, if you were them in their place, right? And if someone were to call you and talk to you for the problem that you are stuck in, what is the exact way you will talk to you? Apply that same principle to them. Just call any of your friends. Of course, you can introduce to them and say that, you're attending such and such a program, and that you're doing the power manifestation process as part of it. And call them, ask them any one reality they want to manifest. They can tell you, okay, I want to buy a car, or they can tell you, I want to buy a house, or they may even tell you, I want to attend a program. I want to attend the Paramashivoham program. They can tell you any reality they want to manifest. It could be anything for that matter. You are going to be seeing what exactly is this place that they are stuck in, and how you can shift their inner space to manifest their reality. When you are dealing with oneness as a strategy with them, means oneness as your strategy principle to operate in life, you will see, you will be able to just one or two words from you will shift the other person completely in their inner space. And they will tell you automatically, you will not even need to ask. They themselves will tell you, this is exactly what I was looking for.
Masato Takeuchi. Masato Takeuchi, Nithyanandam, I read your message that you have posted regarding your father. Don't worry. The first thing, you have to deal only from the space of oneness in your life. All forms of violence is not from the space of oneness. I understand the difficulty that you would be facing. There is a solution for it. Now what you have learned in this session, what Swamiji has taught us about what you would want, is the exact same thing that the other person in your life also wants. Whatever you are looking for, that is exactly what your father is also looking for. Just take this as a powerful cognition. I appreciate the effort you've taken to open up. I know it would be difficult, but you've beautifully opened up and you've posted your message. Don't worry, because you're at the right place. Swamiji can heal your father, and the best thing that you can do to
by you. No